but I'm always early by 4 or 5 or 6 minutes sometimes. Anyway, welcome everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching VolcanoX, a live stream. And there's Piggy poking her nose out of the office. Piggy, apparently Phoenix Rising got a note there for you. And thank you for processing the request to sleep or order there for Hermione. Tell Hermione to go get some sleep. Anyway, good to see you, Piggy. Welcome on board, everyone. Glad to have you all on here today. And what is it? It's Wednesday, and it is the 8th of March. And only 2 or 3 months from spring here, so excellent. And for those who are wondering why I say that, I will bring up my temperature and you can see that. Hermione, don't make me a snout bop. You get some sleep, please. There you go. Yeah, minus 13. The day started out at minus 19, so it's warmed up considerably. We gotta like that. Anyway, awesome. Glad to have everyone on board. And it's actually been kind of a quiet day, volcano-wise. So not gonna get into too much of that. Let's see. Who was that first person in? Hang on. Was it a person? I don't know. I have to check, but we'll hand some cookies out anyway. I am not responsible if those cookies get soggy. There, one fish. One fish. One fish. One. What the heck happened? I put 26 behind there. One fish. One. You're now, or one fish 26. You're now officially one fish. One. I gotta love auto-incorrect. One fish, and there you go. You got your cookies since you were the first one in today. Anyway, glad to have everyone here. Of course, I know you're looking at that lovely picture up there on the screen, and some of you have already guessed at which this is. But I'm not going to tell you right now. We know where it is. I forgot the darn name earlier. I haven't used this one a lot as of well, for a while. I've read about it. I've seen pictures of it, but I've never really mentioned it on the show here. So it's kind of an interesting volcano. But we'll talk about that one later. How about that? So anyway, for now, let's turn that off and get at some regular looking stuff. And of course, the irregular looking stuff is very, very bad looking, actually. I really am not happy with that shot. It is what it is, though. We can't do anything about it. It's our wonderful Kilauea. It's done. It's not doing much. It's not happy. And when we got no lava, I'm not happy. What happened? Echo. The bot is here. I heard that. Anyway. Welcome to everyone. First off, welcome to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, VZ Skies, as well as possibly Lucas Snow and maybe Joseph Fields, Texas, and a few others. So they could be here. I need some lava talk, and I will fall asleep soon. Piggy. Okay, that is all right. We'll talk about lava. How about the lack of lava? That's what we're suffering from today. Really, I don't have that much lava going on, and I'm very, very disappointed in the amount of lava as of the last few days. And I will probably bring more disappointment to you with open arms in just a little while here as we go through. Yeah, minus 13 Canadian summer. You said that. Well, spring is about 3 months away. It'll start in June 1st to about June 15th. That's spring. And then we have that other season that some of you may call summer. We call it construction season. It lasts till about the end of August, the first week of September, till the snow falls again, and that's when winter comes back. So if you shut down in Kilauea, what it'll echo too. It'll echo. Oh, shout down in Kilauea. I'm sure it will echo. The bot. I got to fill the potholes, Dr. Fox. Yeah, somebody's got to do it. I don't know what's going to happen there. A lot of potholes when we look at it. Let me get my other screen up here. I don't know if I'm pointing my hamster in the right spots. Seeing some of those big deep holes, and this looks like it's sagging down even more over here. I'm kind of wondering, are we going to see this thing collapse? The whole thing, and not just the inside of the lava pond. I'm referring to the entire caldera, and that is a possibility. If it drains out somewhere, that is definitely something that could happen. So a repeat of what has happened before, I think in 2019, I believe. But you never know. We'll see. Anyway, really, do you reckon? I have no idea, Piggy. And it happened before, so the possibility is there that it could happen again. I really don't know. It's a mystery. It's a really, really big mystery. Echo the Bot, you need a map to get through those potholes, by the way. Oh, hang on. It was in 2018. Okay. Thanks for correcting that. March 2028. I knew it was somewhere around there, 2019. 2018, that they had the big collapse. And it dropped. And I can't remember how deep it got, but it was deep. So, yeah, like 400-meter drop. And that would be pretty freaky. I'd love to be able to capture that on camera as, 1,600 feet. Uh-oh, I was going to say, there it goes, the camera and everything's gone. The picture just left for a second. Yeah, that is, it was a big drop, and it kind of makes you wonder what the heck is going on there. And I'm also wondering why we all of a sudden had a little bit of a shaking there. Did we have an earthquake? I'm wondering. Let me go over to the earthquake map and see if it showed anything there just now. No. Well, nothing yet. Doesn't show anything around Kilauea anyway. Nothing new. We've got older ones from the 3rd and that kind of thing, so no bigger ones either that are fresh. Maybe I'll check the other maps here and see if I redo that real quick. Let's see. Zooming in, and I'm just going to refresh that and see if it'll give me any new stuff. And zoom back in. And no, nothing. No new quakes. 3.6 yesterday. No, that ain't gonna do it. That ain't gonna do it. Wonky Donkey was driving by in his truck, Dr. Fox, That could be what is making the camera shake. Thanks, Tom. Anyway, you're going to say hello to everyone in here. And we'll start out with Brian, Perfectibility 999 is here, as well as Tom and Pepper and One Fish 26 who got the cookies, who is now One Fish 1. And Mars 2028, Hermione and Fluffy, and Hermione should be going to sleep. And Sue Hayes is here. Echo, 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 the bot is here. He's here. And let's see, Kananaskis country also here. We've got Mars, we got Lizoid is here. Welcome, Lizoid. And John Raper. John, I did find that email. I'll see if I can load those up when we're doing our bacon seeds, okay? And the new email didn't show it, but I did find the old one there, so all good. Phoenix Rising is back, welcome, and Dan also on board. And going up a little more, looking for others. Gaines is back, welcome Gaines. And let's see, we got John, we got Echo. And let's see, still scrolling up, looking for more wonderful people. And yeah, I'm assuming that there's going to be less people here because we don't have fresh lava. Everybody wants fresh lava all the time. Grandma B is in the house, welcome. I'm glad to have you here. And still scrolling up, looking for other wonderful people. And who else we got? We got Sue already. One Fish we got. Yep. Going up. Radio Shack 501. Welcome, and don't go bankrupt yourself. Still scrolling up, looking for more. And I said that wrong. It was a DX, it wasn't a DX320. It was a DX302. Is the radio I had bought at the flea market for $50. And I opened it up and I put the little tuning string back on the reel, and I sold the radio on eBay for well over $300. Brand new, they were only like $199, but I loved it. It was a pretty darn good radio though, for a receiver. Let's see, who else we got? We got Lizoid, Robert and Chandel also here, welcome. Linda Schoof on board. Good to have you back, Linda. And let's see, we got Sue. I haven't seen Sharon Stewart yet anywhere there. I wonder where she is. Is she? Oh, hang on, it's Wednesday. Is it singing night? She might be off singing. Maybe she'll finally say, sing, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, and send that to me. I'm sure that's not what her voice sounds like. I'm hoping that it is actually melodious. Henry Nelson is also here, and I'm up as far as I can get, and I don't see anyone else there. So, Sarah Miles, right down on the bottom, welcome. And good to have you on board. And let's see, did I miss anyone else on the bottom here while I was looking up top? I haven't seen the donkey yet either there, Tom. He's too busy driving that truck around, shaking the camera, I think. He's, I know what he's doing. He's trying to find a spot where there might be some lava so he can put it into the tanker truck. That stands to reason. Piggy throws in a super chat to start things off. Thank you, Dr. Fox, for providing our entertainment. Well, that is very kind of you, Piggy. And yeah, I'm trying to be entertaining. And I'm going to write that down, though. Piggy. And thank you very much for that wonderful £2 super chat. That is awesome. First super chat of the day. And I see Mark the Shark also made it in. Aloha, Mark. And let's see, what was I going to write down? Oh, I was going to write one fish down because I want to keep track of who's first. One fish, one. Okay, there we got it. I actually wrote 26, but that's okay. Auto incorrect can't correct my printed lettering here, so that's all good. Let's see. Yeah, you're all right. One fish, one. I mean, one fish, 26. It's all good. Let's have a quick look and see what the heck is happening there in Hawaii. Any ideas of what happened? I have no idea what's going on. This is the shot from 11:46 Hawaii time. Of course, there you can see the southeast lava pond. Hardly any smoke around the edges or steam, which is really, really nice for visibility for a change. Now I pass the crayons. Oh boy, a piggy. Sorry, I forgot to get your card out and everything. There is the card. I got it sitting here. And there's your cart and crayons, Piggy. Sorry. We got that fixed up for you. And hopefully that is all right. And thank you for that second wonderful super chat. And you can go zooming around now. That was my bad. I totally got sidetracked. It's that darn squirrel thing again. By the way, it's too cold for the squirrel. He hasn't come. He doesn't like being out when it's this cold, and none of them do, surprisingly, smart squirrels. Hang on, what? Happy birthday to Sarah? Is it your birthday today, Sarah? Happy birthday, Sarah. And that is all cool. How old are you, Sarah? 29? Must be 29. Everybody in here turns 29 eventually. Yeah, Piggy has a card. Watch out. Yep, Sarah is 29. Congratulations, Sarah. And that is awesome. We're gonna have to have a celebration for you. Wrong question for a Q lady. No, John, it's never a wrong question when we suggest that they are 29. It can be used either way. If they are a little bit younger, they will feel complimented by the comment of showing that their maturity is there. Okay, and if they are slightly above that age, they will be complimented by feeling, belated with the compliments of youthfulness. So you can never go wrong by telling a lady she's 29. Okay, and remember that, guys. Keep that in your minds, if you say so, Doc. Yeah. Put it this way, John. It's never gotten me hit. It's always got me smiles, and it's always got me good, positive results, no matter what. People used to think I was my daughter's sister. Uh-oh. That could be interesting. Anyway, very, very cool. And Piggy, I just got an incoming email from you, apparently. I will see what it is there. Oh, okay. We're going to get drunk, are we? All right, never mind. I wasn't supposed to say that out loud. Okay, that'll work. That'll work. Thank you, Piggy. I did think I look so young. Okay, anymore though. Oh, you don't, I think. Well, the compliment still works though, Sarah, right? You being a fine lady, obviously, if I say that to you, you wouldn't hit me. At least I hope you wouldn't. Look, I gave you a giggle earlier, Dr. Fox, with my hobby. With your hobby? Which hobby? Oh boy. You seem to have a few of them, Piggy. Like the, what? I would never hit you, Doc. Don't drink and stream at the same time. Yeah, that is the joke noodle. Okay, fine. Fine, I get it. That is awesome. And, all right. Walking on La Q now, Doc. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. It's better than walking on some crusty lava here that could potentially collapse down 1,600 feet straight down into the abyss of the Earth. Anyway, getting at what else we see. Look at this nice shot. Actually, I want to go back to this one. I want to refresh that, see what it looks like right now. And there it is. Actually, that one doesn't look quite as good. We do still see Lavigator over here, for those who need to know. There's your central vent. And, of course, that is the southeast lava pond. That is run dry. No liquidy lava in there, just all dried up and crusty stuff. Next one, of course, is the view from the B1 camera. We do still see a little bit of smoke emanating from here, and you can see the edges of some of that crusted up lava in here as well. And that is what we've got. Going to refresh that one to a current picture, and there you go. That's what it looks like this very moment, or at least about 10 minutes ago. So there, it gives you a pretty good idea. If we look at the caldera shot, and let me actually fix that up so we can get a little bit more in. I did notice something that was kind of interesting in this shot that I did not notice earlier, and that is if you look over here, this area, remember this, we know this collapsed a while back. Well, this area over here has now kind of dropped down too, and I didn't see when that actually happened. And even a little bit further down, we've had more of a collapse on the edge of the crater. So that is kind of interesting, and not sure what's going on there. So a little bit of extra material for when the crater floor falls out. We'll see all that stuff coming tumbling down. It even looks like on this side that we may have had a little bit of the edge material drop down. I wonder if it's because all that heavy rain that we've had in there the last couple of days. Leo Carlson just popping in to say hi and leave like a good morning from Melbourne, Australia. Thank you, Leo, and appreciate you popping in. I know you probably got work to do, so we'll let you go get at that. And let's take a look at the thermal shot. This one, of course, from 1156. As you can see, no glow there whatsoever. The biggest glow is from this little spot right here, which is really weird. And we do have this guy right there, and even that's starting to cool off as well. So very interesting to see that. I'm going to refresh that one as well. And let's see, there we go. So yeah, it didn't really make much difference. It's still showing pretty much the same darn thing, and we don't see anything special as far as glow points, other than the little spot down here and this one here. Those appear to be the hottest points right now within the caldera. So that is kind of what we had. We did have a report here on Kilauea. I don't know if that will work, or do I have to re-grab that? I think I might have to recapture that real quick to give you the full gist of what's going on there. And let's see if we can do that. That should be all right. And right click, make it stretchy. There, okay, and there we go. So, yeah, eruption ceased. Lava is no longer active from western vent. And that is updated. Well, this is no longer, I think that's not the right spot we're looking for. We're looking at this stuff here. Kilauea update, a minor, several minor lava oozing out occurred yesterday despite inactive period. And we didn't see very much of it. There was a little bit, but the effusive eruption at the volcano has stopped, and the lava is no longer active on the Himalaya Halamaumau crater floor. Okay, small lava spillouts appear to flow in the footprint of the inactive 2122 Western Lava Lake yesterday morning. Yeah, we did see that, and oozed out, waned this afternoon, or waned in the afternoon, yesterday afternoon. Surveillance data indicates that no new batch of lava is being stored under the crust floor, or crusted crater floor. On the other hand, it is the likelihood of previously accumulated lava, which may need further lava outputs at the surface. Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, several hornitos in the crater floor are still glowing at night, but they don't spatter any lava. So, let's see, SO2, 250 tons per day as of February 28th, and I'm sure that number has waned a whole bunch as well. So we'll see what happens, and I'm sure we're going to see that crater literally collapse, but we'll see how much of that drains out. It could just sit there for a long time and not do a darn thing. If that stuff does cool off, it will shrink as the lava cools underneath, and we may end up seeing some deformations here in the lava pond. We may see the edges of this break off and open up a little bit more, that kind of stuff. So a lot of things that could go on there, right? And not much we can do about it. Just keep an eye on it. That's basically it. Let's pop over to Iceland and see what we've got going on there. And I've got to find it first. There it is. We'll get my screens a little bigger there. And we will go over and peek at Iceland. And there is the city of Reykjavik, capital city of Iceland. We'll go back about, 10 hours. Have a quick peek and see what it looked like, if they were having a nice day or not. And that actually looks like a gorgeous picture. They did have a nice day. Some blue sky up there, very little snow left up on the back mountains here, and no snow on the ground, so that is a good sign for them. 5-minute warning. Thank you, Piggy. Here's the evening shot of the airport. And not seeing that is the regional airport there in Reykjavik. Not seeing a heck of a lot there. No snow activity, nothing like that either. And here it is about 10 hours ago, and it was nice and sunny, and I'm sure that they were having a lovely day there in Iceland. And I'll put that one smaller and back on live. The other one as well, and trying to conserve some horsepower here. And of course, this is the other shot of Katla. The moonlight not so bright yet, but we'll see what it looks like. We did have a very nice clear sky shot, and are able to see the ice mounds up there on Katla. That looks beautiful, very clean, and pristine look. So you gotta love it. And hey, David Brewer's here. Good to see you, Dave. And any word on the relaunch yet, or have they come up with a date and time yet for the new adventure? Anyway, nice looking shot and view of Katla, and even if we go back about 4 hours or something like that, it still looked about the same. Very clear, very pristine. If we get in a little bit closer to a sunset, you start to see the golden colors in there, so very nice. And a little further back, this is actually only about 4.5 hours ago, so that is actually incredible that we still have sunlight up there at that point in time, and nice to see. So we'll put that guy back on live. And we'll head over to our harmonic tremor charts real quick, and we'll get those in before the break. So I'm going to refresh that. I did look at it earlier, but it wasn't telling me a heck of a lot. I didn't refresh it till now. So yeah, look at all these little spikes that we've got, and our activity is, well, it's down low. But we've got a lot of little tremors in the area, indicating that there's likely some tectonic movement, which is absolutely fine. Let's take a look first and see if anyone kicked the sensor yet for us. Yona was supposed to have Alex go over and do that, and I don't think he did. While we're on the way there, taking a look at the one from Grimsey, which is our northernmost point there in Iceland, out on the island. We do see this. Terrain 1 is going, not again until Saturday. Oh, March 11th, starting at 1300. Okay, that was the one that they scrubbed today. Okay, thanks, Mars. Yeah, because I didn't think that they were going to be able to launch it tomorrow, because SpaceX has got to launch right around that time or close to it. So maybe that's the window problem. Anyway, looking at Grimsey, a little bit more activity up there, and kind of makes a guy wonder what the heck is going on. And of course, yeah, Grindavik, nobody kicked it. Darn it, I was hoping that they'd get over there and do something with it. And let's see what we've got for the other one. Of course, Fragrel Fjall is in between a couple of other sensors, and the one that's in between, of course, is Kristuvik, which is the one we are looking at here. And that dropped way down, and it's got some spikes in it. So wow, that's a big change from what we were seeing at Kristuvik previously. Huge change, and that's interesting. And let's go back up, and we're going to take a look at the Askia one. That should be up here somewhere. Yep, there it is. And looking at what we're seeing in Askia, it too actually has dropped in activity. We do see one spike that went all the way up though, and that is got to be like 4 or 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago, something like that. So we'll take a look for that, and we'll peek at that once we go over to the earthquake map and for Iceland, and we'll see what we've got there. So pretty cool. And yep, as I said before, let's not hold our breath with waiting for an eruption from Askia or the area. Still, anything could happen there if we get a little bit more of what we call that plate separation. If it pulls apart a little bit, decreases all the pressure in that magma chamber, we may not get anything for a while. So it could be another 2 years before it pops. I don't know. I'm just not trying to be one who's going to pinpoint an eruption or say that we're not going to have an eruption. Either or could be possible. Anyway, throwing you back in here, I was going to look for some different canned lava to try to make this a little bit more appealing, but I was looking to see what I've got available that is relatively new, and I really don't have a heck of a lot of canned lava that you guys haven't seen before. For a while, that's a big can, but I just want to make sure that it is still got some. Oh yeah, that's got lots in the can. That is a 5 hour and 45 minute file. So buffering. Oh no, no, not oh, hang on. Why do I have a stream error showing here? YouTube not receiving enough stuff to maintain sufficient streaming. That is weird, but yet my bit rates are right where they're supposed to be. All right, that is not making any sense. What it did for a minute? Okay, that is weirdish because it shouldn't be. The bit rate didn't drop. Things that make you go, YouTube is out. Maybe they didn't like my review I sent about them. About their so-called copyright stuff. You know, the fact that I used their authorized stuff, and yet I end up getting a strike, right? Or not a strike, but a copyright claim. I wasn't happy about that. And I let them know. Anyway, I'm going to go do my thing and take a break. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like button. Also, if you have not yet, 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Oh, it's 2:30 there. All right, Piggy, if you need to sleep, you go ahead, okay? I'm watching, and my hamster is ready, so we're all good. If you need to get some shut-eye. Anyway, we haven't seen canned lava from La Palma for a while. Okay, Sue, I'll see what I can do to bring some canned, the cans from La Palma. Yeah, I have to take a look because those all got moved when everything magically disappeared on me and I thought they were lost. But I'll have to go find exactly where it put them. I did find some of them, so hopefully we'll try to give you a little bit of more variety for the next break. All right, and now 4 minutes late. Okay, Peggy, don't yell at me like that. I'll be back. I'm hurt now. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Don't go away. More to come. Thanks. And there we go, we're back at it. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And yeah, we have what little he knows. Kim has, we've thrown the little spider tracker on his back, and we know exactly where he is all the time. So we can now trace him and follow him wherever he goes. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars and John and Phoenix Rising and Piggy and Kananaskis Country. All good. And Piggy, you threw 10,000 mice at Kim. Boy, he's not going to like that. He's going to be worse off than my spider tracker on his back. But that is okay. We'll leave it there. And as per a request, I did find a sizable can of lava. This one is 9 hours and 9 minutes long, so it is a very, very large can, and hopefully that'll play for a little while. But we won't need all of it right now, just a little bit for the time being. We are going to go back and go look at Iceland's earthquakes right away. And thanks OneFish26, even though it shows up as OneFish1 now on my screen. It's some kind of auto incorrect that's happening. I'm kidding. It's still OneFish26-1. Okay, and yes, Sue, you're welcome. Back to the volcano from Iceland, you bet. And that's what we're looking at next. Don't get pushy, Mars. Don't get pushy. We got to do one step at a time. I got to do these things, otherwise I'm going to get in trouble. I got to stop this one first, and then we'll get over there. There's our earthquakes. And cool your jets. Only 43 earthquakes in the last 24 hours. Which is a lot less than what we've had. And let's start out here down on the bottom. 2.56, 10 kilometers down from 3:49 a.m. Then we have this one very close to the edge of the peninsula from 23:15, 1.1, 4.4 kilometers down. Whoa, where am I going? And let's see, is that right on? Yeah, it's in the water. I thought it was very close there. So that is what we've got. What if you see me? There's probably a 6 or what, 7 or 8 decoys. What do you mean you're buffering? We got like wonderful stuff going on with our stream today. I don't know what the heck is going on. Yeah, my bit rates did drop, and they jumped up and over, and I wonder if there is some issue going on here today. Hopefully it won't crater my YouTube may not be liking me right now after they read my email. Anyway, there's the Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jarvik. And then, of course, down here, Grindavik, and the Blue Lagoon, the famous Blue Lagoon right there, and, of course, the power plant beside it. Things that make you go, yes, a lot of things make me go, as of late. For those who are been around for a while, you already know that this is our Fræðafjall area. And that is what we love so much, and we hope to see another eruption there somewhere. There's Ragnar, and of course the Siggy Fisher, and we'll see what happens. Going over a little more, this is Krusavik, and right beside the lake we did have 2 quakes there, a 0.99 in magnitude, 4.7 kilometers down, 1:05 a.m. Next one over from 1:20 a.m., a 1.51. 6.9 kilometers down. We do have a 1.51 up here as well from 3 kilometers down from 1454. And let's see, next one over, 1.53 from 9:03 a.m., 8.1 kilometers down. Then we have 2 sitting here, 1.31, 5.6 kilometers down from 2:31 in the morning. And the other one, no, that's the other one there, 1.2 from 2:30, and that was 5.8 kilometers down as well. So those are those ones, and that's basically the activity on the Reykjanes Peninsula. Not seeing too much else there. Let's go and just zoom out for a sec. No, nothing up north. We'll get this one, 7.1 kilometers down from 1832. And then over here at Katla, likely more ice movement. Let's start out with this very fresh 0 in magnitude, 5.2 kilometers down, and that was from 2302. Then we from 3:59 a.m. 0.34, 1.7 kilometers down. That's likely not ice. This one though, 64 meters down, 2.32 at 1:58 a.m. That is likely ice movement. 2.32 there. Oh, that's the same one. Hang on. How about that one? 0.48, 7.7 kilometers down, 1423. And this one is 2.03, 3.6 kilometers down from 3:23 in the morning. And next one is this a bigger one, 2.59 in magnitude, 42 meters down, and that is likely ice movement as well. That was 3:37 in the morning. The other one that's accompanying it is this one from 3:22 a.m. and that is a 1.87, and that is 42 meters down as well, according to them. So likely ice shifting around there. Some days I want to give YouTube a piece of my mind, but I'd tear my hair out if I got banned and I couldn't watch Dr. Fox and McGregor live. So I guess I'll just bite my tongue. Yeah, you know, sometimes it's probably better to bite your tongue, but also sometimes it is worthy of throwing in some kind of a complaint, and hopefully they will understand what you're talking about. Anyway, 1.15 in magnitude, 6 kilometers down, 446 here at Grimsvatn. And then we've got a 0.54, 3.8 kilometers down. Thanks, Tom. 11:58, and 2.19, and that is 11.1 kilometers down from 7:30, and that is kind of out, well, halfway between Bardabunga and Grimsvatn over here. And sliding up a little bit more, we see a 0.8 of 5.3 kilometers down, 1649 for that one. 5.3 clicks down, not showing anything really far up there. Anyway, a 0.99, and this is Astya. 0.99 right there, and that is 3.8 kilometers down, 5:35 a.m. Next one over, a 0.49, 3.8 kilometers down from 11:32. We'll grab these ones on the outside first before we zoom in. A 0.3, 5.2 kilometers down, 23:32 for that guy. At 23:14 is the other 0.3, 5 kilometers down. Now we'll zoom in on these. The larger one here is a 2.24, and that was at 3.99 kilometers down, just about 4 clicks down. And then we've got a 0, 3.8 kilometers down, 22:41. A 0.5 from 2.3 kilometers down, 19:21. And another one from 1921, another 0.5, 3.2 kilometers down. Oh, hang on, there's the other one. That is 1723.3, 4.3 kilometers down. So those are not coming shallow enough to talk about an eruption. And what happened to everything around here, the bride? We've got 2 quakes up in the north here, 2.8 kilometers down for this magnitude 1.1 from 2305. And the next one is a 0.3, 3.6 kilometers down from 1952. And kind of makes you go, huh, where'd the earthquakes go? And then we get over here, we see this one, 0.52, 4.7 kilometers down, 2:10 a.m., let's try that again. 4:31 a.m., a 0.06, 3.7 kilometers down for him, and his buddy there, 0.52, 4.7 kilometers down, 2:10 this morning. And looking up and trying to figure out which ones we want to go to next. Let's get these 3.63, 10.6 kilometers down, 12:17, 1.42, 9.7 kilometers down, 12:17, 0.81, 4.5 kilometers down, and 12:21 on that guy. Let's go and grab these two here. We've got a 1.79, and that is 9.7 kilometers down, 5 a.m. The other one is 2.07, 10.1 kilometers down from 3:30. And let's finish off what we've got going on here. A 1.2, 7.6 kilometers down, 15:59 for that guy. The freshest one on the board, 1.1 kilometers down at 23:57, and then we've got a 0.5 here, 12 kilometers down, and that is at 2:42 a.m. Then a 0.63, 7.1 kilometers down from 105 this morning, and at 15:05 we had a 0.31, 2.8 kilometers down. We don't see anything else further north, so that is our earthquakes for Iceland. And that is depressing. We're not seeing anything that is favorable in the sense of perhaps getting some kind of an eruption happening. Anyway, we're going to go for a break, so please hang in there. After the break, of course, we will have bacon seeds, and then we will also come up with, let's see, our mystery volcano. Well, sort of mystery. People have already guessed what it is, but anyway, maybe we'll talk about that a little bit, as well as we are going to have a little birthday celebration for Sarah. So Sarah, stick around, that is coming up, and don't go away. Keep smiling. A tea for Sarah. Yeah, you bet. Well, we got cake, and I think we might have champagne. Since she's 29, you only turn 29 once or twice or three dozen times or something. I have no idea. I'm going to keep my mouth shut on that one. I'll be back. Hit the like button if you haven't done that already. Also, subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet, if you're liking what you're seeing. And on that friendly note, I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. And of course, you are watching the VolcanoX live, VolcanoX stream, live stream. That's it, something like that. I'm your host, DrFox2000, if I can remember that correctly. Boy, everything is coming out backwards today. I'm having a wonderful day. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 and Phoenix Rising, and hi Epically Epic, and thanks Sue and John and OneFish26-1 and Kananaskis Country and Robert and Shandell, and awesome. Thank you for the welcome backs, you guys. I think I did say we were going to look at bacon seeds first, but I think we need to do Sarah's birthday first. So let's get over to that, and happy birthday to Sarah. So let's see what... There, we got the music playing, and happy birthday. Look, there's champagne and all kinds of stuff. So happy birthday, Sarah, and I hope you like that cake. You got several selections there, actually. Some grayish looking stuff with looks like pearls all the way around it. And anyway, really cool and awesome. And champagne, everyone. Grab a glass and get a slice of a cake. And that'll be awesome. And that is all cool. And a very happy birthday, Sarah. Hope you have many more, and that you enjoy your day today. And wonderful to have you on board here as one of our lava family. Really, it's do appreciate that. So thank you for being here, and you brighten everyone's day. You know, you always polite, and smile. And we can tell by the whiskers on your face. Oh, hang on, that's your cat, sorry. Oh, anyway, good having you here, and very happy birthday to you, Sarah. So, cool. And I don't know, does anyone want to say anything? Sarah's speech? No? And of course, Sarah is 29, and that is the best age to be at. There are no speeches. Yeah, it's embarrassing when people do that, eh? They put you up front there and say, hey, you know, give us a speech. Like, not gonna happen. Anyway, all good. Just wait until that song finishes there. Then we'll cut away and we'll go to our wonderful bacon seeds. So birthday greetings from me, Sarah, and yep, that is awesome. And like I said, thanks for being here, Sarah. You've been with the Lava family for quite some time, so you deserve it. And there we go. That is it. So thanks, Sarah. And let's get over to our bacon seeds. And that is awesome. And let's see. This is the two that we seen, the last two, the hogwash requirements for those two. But Piggy did send us a bunch of other ones. And let's get to them and see what Piggy sent us today. And let's start out with this wonderful little quacker. Yeah, I guess that's a ducky of a pig, if you ever seen one. And gotta like that picture. Those two look like they're pretty happy together. And yeah, there you go. Next one on our list, some more quacky business going on, and that of course seems to be I guess that's a duck hat. I never knew they made duck hats for pigs, but that's all right. Or maybe those were supposed to be earmuffs. I have no idea, and one of them moved. Uh, duck, pig. Yeah, duck, duck, pig. This seems to be a theme today here. I hear a lot of quacking going on. Anyway, gotta love it, and they are incredible. And thank you, Piggy, for sending us these beautiful bacon seeds. And here's one that's kind of giving us a sideways stare. I think he needs a little bit of a hogwash. And all cool. Let's get to our next one and see what we've got. Needs what? Mallards too? Oh no. All right, what's this say? Uh-oh. Okay, let's go, is what the fox says. And of course, the big piggy there says, not first. Oh, I guess that is the order of the way things are going to happen. Piggy getting a nap, and that's the way it works. What are you going to do? Argue with it? Too big to argue, and that is awesome. Let's go to the next picture. And here we've got a whole herd of little bacon seeds out and about with Mama. And they're trotting around checking things out. Don't go to Dr. Duck. He's a total quack. Oh, that is punny there, Mars. Anyway. Next one. Here is another one of these. These cows are not sure what these little cows are, but they're not little cows. They're pigs, and yep, it happens. Cows are kind of weirded out by all these pigs running around. Anyway. Four-legged, and they got fur, but they smell funny. Next one, and this is another ducky picture, and the dodo brought that one to you. And we have one more bacon seed to go. Yeah, that's what's your beef? Exactly. They don't speak moo. Too punny, you guys. Last bacon seed for today, and it's another one that has got a quacking problem. I don't think I speak quack either. Oh boy, let's leave that alone. Anyway, that is kind of what we were looking at for our bacon seeds. So thank you very much, Piggy, for sending those in. Those are awesome as usual. Heard of cows? Of course I've heard of cows. You've got a flock. Dan, that is just over the moon, that comment. Oh boy. We're really getting punny now. Don't have a cow, okay? Calm down. Let's get back over here, and we'll take a look at this other picture of today. Well, it is what it is. Anyway, this was what I was showing for a wonderful picture. Now, somebody already emailed me with his guess, and I will accept his guess. Well, gonna accept it whether I like it or not, I guess. But I am going to actually show you guys where that volcano is actually located as soon as somebody else comes out and guesses. Anyway, we'll probably see a whole pile of answers pop in here really quickly, and I'm sure you guys already know where it is. It's a nice volcano. Just down the road from some active ones, and just so you know. Fat photos and Piggy. Okay, it's not bad enough that McGregor Live is filled with cow puns. Now they're coming to Dr. Fox's too. Someone stop the madness. It's mad cows. Mad cows on Mars. Anyway, all right. No, it's not a lava cake. It's actually a volcano. And the volcano is considered, well, it's considered inactive, or well, yeah, we'll call it inactive, not dormant, but inactive. Dormant means it hasn't popped any for hundreds of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years. But anyway, still, I like lava cake, I guess. Well, it is lovely looking, and it could be a lava cake. The individual who sent me the thing there didn't say which one it is, but well, he did say which one it is, but it looks yummy. Yeah, it is a yummy looking volcano. Hot stuff. But any guesses? No? Nobody's going to put the name down? Make sure you spell it with a T, not a D. Oh, I got yelled at for that already. No clue? Oh, come on. Rivers of lava like that obviously have a clue. Let's... the cow had a beef with the boys from the chop. Yeah, one fish, bite your tongue. Bite your tongue. Oh, one fish 26-1 knows exactly which volcano this is, and he's just itching to tell me. Well, he's itching to tell everyone, but all right, since they're not guessing their one fish, you go ahead and you tell them which one it is, and make sure you spell it right though, okay? It's a T at the end, not a D. And I got yelled at by a volcanologist, a local one here, when we were talking about this. Anyway, it's okay. No, okay, well, no, Sue, it's not a boulette. It's a caloot. Caloot is what they call it, K-E-L-U-T. And in case you're wondering where the heck that is, I will give you a quick peek, and you may recognize this area of the world. And gee, look, there's Indonesia, and there's Java, and let's zoom in a little bit. Here's Semeru. Oh, and look at this. What do we got here? Semeru's right there, and Bromo is right behind Semeru, and then is Malang, and then we got Kalud. They spelled it wrong on the map too. It's right there, and there you go, and you can see it's got some friends around it, some other cones, and Mount Akawi right next to it, and we see it right there. So that is awesome, and that is what it is. It is a stratovolcano. It is 1,731 meters tall, or 5,679 feet. Last update was, what is it, August the 14th of 2014. The last eruption, or the photo, was taken in 2007. Just so you know. And Sue says, never heard of it. And yeah, that was 2007 is when that erupted like that. So that is what that photo is from. And that is pretty nice, a very cool looking volcano. And I'd love to see a little bit more from it. I don't know if we zoom in a little bit more on that caldera, will it show us exactly what it looks like? Well, it might, yeah, actually it kind of sort of does. If we go back there, there's the lake in the caldera, but it looks like it's this mound here that was erupting last, from what I understood. And this is what we were looking at, and the flows off the sides of it is what we were seeing. So that is pretty cool to see that. And it's nice that you can see they do have a road going all the way in there, and a camera lookout point. Unfortunately, it doesn't show you anything other than that. So pretty awesome to see that one. And it's a Punkak Kulak trail over here. You can do trail walking and all kinds of things, and just hope it doesn't go off while you're there. And that, of course, is just a little bit over from Semeru and Bromo over here. So pretty awesome. And if we zoom out a little bit more, you can even see over here, there's Merapi right there. So pretty cool. And they call it East Java Island. And that is what we've got going on there. And just thought I'd throw that in for you guys. And let's see what else we got going. Quick peek up to see if we had any quakes up at the Azores, since we didn't see anything there yesterday. I want to just refresh that map real quick and see if there was anything as of today. And it refreshed, but I don't think it has seen anything. Oh, we do have 2 quakes. Let's take a look at the other one. Yep, and they are showing on this one. So there in the Azores, we have a 1.5 from 1411, and that is on the island of São Jorge or São Jorge. And the other one is a 2.2 from 1414, and that is also on the island. And we haven't seen anything since the first. So 7 days have gone by, and these are the first 2 quakes that we see. Let's take a look at the other thing here and see if there was, if I make that bigger, if there was anything else. And no, there wasn't. So as we zoom in, you can kind of see there's our São Jorge. This is Pico Island, Fayal Island, Terceira. That's where the other active volcano is, but we don't see anything there. And if we zoom out, this will give you an idea where we are in the world. There you can see Portugal and Spain and France and England and Ireland and Newfoundland over here, and Sue Hayes waving at us from Nova Scotia, and the mid-Atlantic ridge going down there, and of course that line going this way, that is the East Azores fault. And do not confuse it with the other fault that is going further in here. That's part of the Mediterranean. East Azores fault stops here just short of the Gibraltar entry. And that should be good for right now. When we come back from the break, we will go over to our next wonderful place, and that will be over to our Mexican friends. So don't go away. I'm going to put you back on some lovely lava. We'll get rid of that picture. Turn my canned lava back on from La Palma, there in the Canary Islands, and we'll go from there. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit the like button, please consider doing that. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And of course, you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Don't go away. We'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Thank you. microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX, a live stream. I'm putting people to sleep left, right, and center. Piggy has fallen asleep. John has fallen asleep. Tom has fallen asleep. Let's see, who else am I going to put to sleep? Hang on, am I still awake? I'm dreaming. Thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 and Phoenix Rising and Cananaska's country. I see Sue fell asleep. And let's see, who else fell asleep? Piggy, go to sleep. Close your eyes, turn your phone off, and go to sleep. Thanks, One Fish. And hi to Grandma B, yep, and thank you, Sue, who is just trying to keep her eyes open as well. And that's all good, you guys. It's one of those things. Thanks, Robert and Chandel. Anyway, let's pop over to our next volcanoes on the list. And of course, those ones are not doing so well. I was searching cold temps. Oh, Sue. That's cheating. You're getting up on me way too early. Let's go take a look and see what... oh, Linda says I'm here. Let the party begin. All right, Linda, no worries. Oh, hang on. This is a video. Look at that. Some lavally stuff from earlier. From late last night, actually, from Fuego. I did post this video earlier today, and some of those lava shots coming out of there were pretty tall, pretty high, lots of lava, and sustained for a little while. So that's some pretty awesome stuff. Just wanted to throw that in real quick. And of course you can see some of those flashes going off on the hill over on the right hand side there on occasion. So yeah, Piggy, go to sleep, Piggy, close your eyes and go to sleep. And I won't mention that other dog's name so it won't wake up. Anyway, some beautiful shots coming out of Fuego last night. Fuego, of course, located in Central America in Guatemala. And I was trying to count how many we were getting an hour. And it's between 6 and 7 per hour is the average that we were seeing last night. So it was very, very busy. And I did record a few of them. I didn't get them all because some of them were smaller eruptions, and I wanted to show the larger ones. And it was pretty nice to see a lot of them popping out. Lots of lava bombs as usual, and you can see that material sliding and rolling down the hill, and that was pretty awesome. And like I say, a lot of lava coming out there. I'm surprised that volcano wasn't growing left, right, and center. It should be a lot taller now with all that activity. And they'll have to remeasure things. And Thor, good morning from where are you out? Just pulled in for a 1 hour break and checked if you were still here. Yep, we're definitely here. Hopefully you got through all your rain and snow and that you got better driving conditions. Anyway, we were just looking at some wonderful lava, explosive lava bombs coming out of Fuego. That one was a big one, and there was some awesome activity last night. So very, very cool to see, and we liked it, we enjoyed it. And of course that was the video I posted earlier today, and it didn't get that many views, but I think people prefer to see red hot lava flowing, that kind of thing. So at least I myself do. And you know, I don't mind black and white once in a while, but I prefer the red and orangey and yellows and stuff like that, watching the a volcano literally going. So thanks, Linda. I appreciate that. Um, anyway, yeah, made this into about a 4-minute time lapse, and it wasn't too bad from what we were seeing there. So pretty cool, and it did have a lot more activity again after midnight. I only went up to about midnight, so that should be about the last blast there, or very close to it. And yeah, that's it. So we'll kill that video, and that is what it looks like right now, unfortunately. So they definitely had some issues with clouds, and it is getting a little bit of a storm there. Let's see if we can find a nice spot here for the sunset shot. Right about here. No, we didn't see anything erupting out of it. And nice color of sky, but no eruption at that point in time. And I was hoping that we would see something before the clouds moved in. And yeah, they got us before the sun was completely down. Anyway, battling the clouds during the course of the day, that's kind of what was going on. And it was in and out, so very, very hard and difficult to see what was going on. Just scanning across it really quick, you know, various times. You see those big white puffy clouds sitting there, and the volcano peeking out the top. And of course, in the late evening, the elevation of the clouds goes up a little bit because of the ground heat. And I don't know if you guys knew that, but your clouds will lift up in the evenings, typically, if you have a fair amount of ground heat happening. Anyway, that is at 11:39, little tiny puff there, not as big as some of the other stuff that we seen from that video there, and that is a definite. There were some good shots though coming out of it. Let's see, this one here, if we back that up a little bit, like this puff here, and you know, during the day you really have a hard time telling how much lava is actually coming along with that blast, but this would be one of those typical blasts that we were seeing coming out last night, and that would have all been lit up in here, and you would have seen some magma floating by, so, or some lava. Unfortunately, it is what it is, and we can only do so much with it. Going back a little further, this was earlier in the morning, 8:11, and that's kind of what we had going on there. Anyway, we'll put that one back to live. We'll go over to our next one. This is Popocatépetl. It too is in clouds. And when we go back a little bit, we do see, though, that from 1922, it is glowing like the dickens, but we didn't see a heck of a lot going on. We do know it is continuing to off-gas. This is 1823, or 6:23 p.m. their time. And if we go back a little bit more, you can see the clouds definitely in there. So they've got that whole Central America area has got some cloudy business going on, and a little bit more stuff here. Let's see if I can get to where that puff came out. Right about here. That should tell us what it was doing. Come on, show me some smoke. There you can see it starting to come out. This, of course, 9:35 this morning, and it certainly isn't coming out as fast as what we see come out of volcano like Fuego, but it is there. Dr. Fox, don't feel bad about the fact that today's time lapse didn't get as many views as expected, and today was a really busy for events on YouTube. Yeah, I understand that. It's it's hit and miss with it. People are going to go look at other things. It's always the way it is. You're always in competition with the others, and they like doing that. Drop the like in your pot. Excellent, Thor. Thank you very kindly for that. Anyway, as we keep going there, one of the things I did want to mention again, it is continuing to throw off a lot more gas. These eruptions aren't just short bursts. They are lasting a little bit longer, and that is something that we kind of like. But it's still not doing what I want it to, and that's really to pump out that magma. I want to see the lava coming out and flowing down the side of the mountain here. But hey, I'm just me. The lava workers aren't gonna listen to me. Anyway, it's Mother Nature that decides what comes out and when it comes out. And that's the way it goes, and no matter what we do, it's going to be that way. Kind of the hydraulics of the world, and lava-wise. And of course, we get back into the earlier morning portion here. I'm not sure if there was any lava coming out of this one. Look at the beautiful clear sky in the background. And you can see, you can see the cloud lighting up from underneath here, as well as from the moonlight. So that was pretty awesome. That's 5:11 in the morning. Of course, I think it's a full moon tonight, if I'm not mistaken, or was that last night? But the moon is big and it's bright. Oh, there comes a little piece of lava. Oh, it almost got out of the crater. Just a tiny little guy. But we know what's in there. It just doesn't want to come out very well. And let's see, did I miss anything else earlier? I don't think I did, but on occasion this thing does pop out some lava, and it's not often that we see it, covering the cone with lava. So that is what we got going on right now, and let's leave it there. The other one, I don't think our Messiah volcano picture, oh, it is working today. We do have a little bit of a spot there that we can see the lava down in the bottom of the caldera, and that is what we got. And aloha to Kathy, welcome. And is Brian leaving? Okay, Brian, Rock Rail fan, take care, and all the best to you. And another one bites the dust. Let's carry on and get to our next volcanoes. Just going to close these down a little bit here so we don't burn so much juice, and get over to our Merapi. Nope, that's a Samaru. I want Merapi. Make Merapi bigger. And Merapi in the clouds today for the most part. And again, it's one of those things. How do you show volcanoes when they're all in clouds? It's one of those things that happens. And we can't do a heck of a lot about it. There's a nice shot. You can see it pluming up a little bit, but I didn't see any lava come out on that go. And prior to that, it was hit and miss with the clouds again. So you can see those clouds moved in, and you can see in the other screen there it was completely off. And oh, hang on, what about right in here? This might work. Oh, a tiny spot of lava. Didn't see where that actually came from, so I'm going to back it up just a little and try to see if we can see it without clouds being in the way. Maybe, oh, hang on, it just put me back all the way. That's okay. Let's leave it be, and we'll carry on. I'm not going to worry about one little spot of lava. And unfortunately, in the clouds right now. So next one on our list, of course, is our wonderful Mount Ruapehu, and it too is suffering from clouditis. And it's it's one of those days where, you know, what do you do when everything is in cloud? Okay, and there you can almost see it. This is the live shot from 1454 there. And I was just hoping we could see something earlier, and we don't. So, no, I'm going back all the way. Unfortunately not. So, the top of the volcano is not visible due to clouds, and that's what we got. So, we're stuck with it. Let's make that smaller again, and the other one, so we don't burn too much of that. And we're going to refresh this chart here. And of course, this is for Taupo. And you can see Taupo in the last 24 hours, relatively quiet as far as activity is concerned. We do know that it had a quake a few days ago, fairly large one, and then we see the smaller activity there, but nothing as of the last 24 hours, pretty darn quiet. So that's another one that we don't need to worry about. And this is what the caldera looks like today. Of course, you can see the lake that is Taupo's caldera. You're unable to see the Ruapehu over here in the background, so that is kind of out for right now. But yep, the caldera is there, kind of broken up a sky. And of course, this shot courtesy of Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center in Taupo. And we'll leave that be. Let's go to the next one. This one is, oh, I want to get rid of that. Banner. Okay, I gotta fix that screen. Why is it looking like that? Let me fix that. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Let's make that bigger. Okay, that looks better. Sort of. Anyway, clouds. Speaking of those things, they are in there. And let's see if we can find a reasonable place. Cloud sitting right on top of the volcano, but it did erupt here. We can see some of that material actually coming down the hill, but not much. This is a daytime, of course, so it's going to be harder to see anything up top there. And I'm backing this up a little bit and trying to see where the eruption took place. I'm going to go back a little faster. 10 seconds at a time here. I know it came out of there, so hopefully it will show. It's like trying to stick the genie back in the bottle. Maybe it isn't going to do that for me. Maybe a little bit. Let's see if we can back that up a little bit faster. How about right about here? That might work. No. That's cloudy stuff. Darn it. Okay. Yeah, it's basically off-gassing and creating its own cloud network up there. That's what it's doing. If we go to here, they were really zoomed in, and that's exactly what it's doing. You can see it there. Thor, I was a little, what? I need a little music while cleaning my windows and mirrors. When is your next break? I'm going to take a break in 2 minutes, Thor. 2 minutes, so you will have some music. I guarantee it. And we're just going to take a look at this, and there's a little bit of activity coming out of it, and unfortunately not the clearest because we have a cloud in the way. So that is what we've got going on there. And if we go back a bunch, I was trying to see if we had any good eruptions. Let's go look at this one real quick. There you can see again it's kind of off-gassing, doing its thing, but I didn't see any real popping, if you will, from this volcano today, so it's almost like it got lazy on us. It didn't want to do much erupting. Yeah, this might be one here. I was trying to look for stuff earlier. It just wasn't happening for me. And yeah, you can see the plume come out, but I don't know if there was any lava blast on this one either. And let's see if we go back and put the genie back in the bottle here and see if it had some sparks. Yep, a few sparks. Okay, there's one where we actually see some lava kicking out, and that is awesome. But I don't think I'm going to be able to give you any more than that. And then, of course, the dirty plume went up and did its thing. So Semeru is simmering. Yeah, it is. Semeru is doing its thing. So on that friendly note, I'm going to put you back onto La Palma canned lava. And I am going to go take a break. So keep smiling, everyone, and I'm going to put some music on so Thor can go clean his windows and mirrors. And here it comes. Of course, make sure that you get all the bug stuff off the windows. Anyway, for those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Keep smiling. Thanks. go. That microphone is back on. And yeah, I do have to agree with the comments there. Especially the one, it was definitely an awesome eruption at Cumbre Vieja. Pardon me. But it was also, very close to the houses and the people, and thankfully, majority of the people there were evacuated, so we don't have a huge loss of life for that area. I think we only had one individual actually perish, and that is due to a roof collapse when he was trying to shovel out the ash off the roof. So, and not saying that it's good that he died. Nobody wants anyone to pass away because of something like that. But what I'm kind of getting at is out of the 8,000 to 9,000 people in that area that were affected, I'm very happy that we didn't have any more loss of life, period, in that sense. The property damage, on the other hand, yeah. Of course, it devastates those who lose everything, and it's hard to deal with. We can understand that. So, Sue says, yes, lots of houses are covered in lava in Leilani Estates in Hawaii as well. And that is, it's sad that those things do happen in some populated areas. But we have to consider, where are we building houses, and that they are in a place where they are susceptible. And of course, La Palma is all basically volcano. So if you look at it that way, it is what it is. I mean, wherever you're building, Iceland, as an example, there's another place that, we do have volcanoes that could put people in jeopardy there. Some of which haven't erupted for millennia, literally, all of a sudden could get active again and cause problems, and throw ash all over the place. And those are things to consider, right? It is what it is. I mean, we live on a very dynamic planet. This is something that we have to consider. When we build our shelters to sustain us, we need to take into account what Mother Nature will throw at us. It's like when you're, and I'm going to switch it from volcanoes to tornadoes. You're building your house in Kansas. You better build it properly. You better build it to a tornado level, a standard that is going to withstand something, right? Earthquakes, this is the other thing. A recent thing that we were looking at, Turkey or Turkey. So many people lost their lives because of the very large earthquakes. And again, this is something that, if you don't build your structure accordingly, you're going to end up having problems. There's always, different things that can go on, different scenarios, and you can only go so far before you price yourself out of the market, kind of thing. But this is something that we need to consider, right? Same as a flash flooding, not good to build in the valley at the bottom. Exactly, Sue. The rise of the oceans will take many houses, and yeah, Thor, you got another good point there. And these are things, though, that let's just take a look at when they started building houses, like in Venice and places like this. Way back when, Venice was fairly dry when they started building there, okay? And the water levels were rising. So in Holland, the water levels kept on rising and rising. These are things that we have to keep into consideration. You know, you take a look at, and I'll use something closer to home here, Florida Keys. Okay, during a huge hurricane, those Florida Keys are susceptible to being washed away. And yet people are building houses on them. You know, like, come on, guys. You know, you're 2 meters or 3 meters above sea level. What do you think's going to happen? You know, yeah, Netherlands and not Holland. Yeah, Netherlands, Holland itself up a little bit higher. But yeah, you know, that's all of it. It is the whole thing, right? And it doesn't matter where you go. If this planet, like we are going from what's called a glacial period to an interglacial period, where the glaciers are melting. A lot of stuff, good examples is you take a look at what's going on in Greenland and Antarctica, and even locally here in Alberta, I've noticed that the glaciers from the Rocky Mountains, many of them have disappeared. You know, when you look at that, you know they've melted. Where's that water gone? You know, we know that water is gone, flowed into a river. That river flows into the ocean, and the result is the levels rise. You know, it's not just from one river, it's from thousands of rivers pouring water into the ocean. And ice melt is basically the thing that you got to look at, right? So, you know, there was a period of time where you could walk between England and the rest of Europe. You could walk across, you know. So you think about that, how much that water level has risen so far in a relatively short period of time, and where it is now, and it's only going to continue to increase. You know, some of the stuff that can happen if we take a look at the glaciation as an example that happened in North America. Of course, you know, I'm talking about Alberta and British Columbia as an example. Here where I live, I'm on fairly high ground, but we go just a few miles out of the city, we get into an area which is a little bit lower in elevation, and it used to be an inland sea. And this is something that you have to consider. So an inland sea, you know, before the last ice age, we had dinosaurs romping around. Yeah, well, actually different animals. The dinos were already gone. But it's, you know, that kind of thing. Alberta used to have palm trees growing, you know, and this is kind of interesting to see that. But again, these are the things that, you know, happens. The ground in the permafrost zone melts. Actually, believe it or not, Thor, there's a lot of permafrost around that you don't really even know that there is permafrost in the ground. And it's in different areas of North America, even Africa, and Europe, and Asia, where the permafrost is actually in a lot more places than you think it is, and it's a little bit deeper down. It's not right up near the poles. It's literally, you know, underneath the middle of the continent. And there is a permafrost underneath there, which is really cool. 14,000 years ago, tigers walked from India to Sri Lanka. Yes, absolutely right, Mars 2028. And, yep. Yeah, there's permafrost under the mountains as well. That's something else to consider. And there's also a lot of other things trapped in that permafrost. Methane is one of them. Lots of methane. You know, if we have a big meltdown on this planet, I think what might end up happening is the methane may kill us. But hey, I'm just kind of saying that. I don't think that's going to happen in our lifetimes, but we are coming into what's referred to as an interglacial period. So what we're going to see is the dynamics of weather getting stronger. We're going to see more intense storms, more localized storms, what we refer to as microbursting, that type of stuff, where you will see extreme snowfalls or extreme rain in smaller places. Another one is extreme heat in the summer times in certain areas where everything will get very, very hot, and that will stagnate and stay in one spot for a while. These are all kind of elements of what happens when your dynamic planet heats up, when we get into that interglacial period. And whether man is here or not making pollutants into the sky, this has happened many times before prior to humans getting here. So this is something that we need to understand and better understand how our planet works if we want to survive on it, right? Anyway, I'm going into a rant that I shouldn't be getting into, but it is something that we do want to consider. Maybe it's a time to quit burning tires in Alberta. Just saying. I agree with that, Mars, but the thing is, with whether we have the tire burning going on or not, all it takes, and we have a very good example of what's on the screen right now. One of these volcanoes, we get a larger volcano going, and what could happen? And I'm going to take Krakatoa as an example. The 1558 eruption of Krakatoa, which is really what brought a lot of the Roman Empire down to its knees. 1558, when that happened, it basically caused so much muck into the air, so much ash, and basically created a winter in the summer. So for the next, what was it, in 1562, 1561, and 1562, the winters were very, very long. It wasn't until 1563 that the records show that they actually started getting a better summer again. So, these are things that you have to take a look at, and that's a partial detriment to the Roman Empire when that happened, and caused a huge collapse of economies, because there wasn't food available, because people couldn't grow as much. These types of things. The years without summer, exactly, Thor. And that is, that's exactly what it is. And if you think about how far Rome is away from Krakatoa, that's on the other side of the planet, on a different hemisphere. And just imagine the amount of material that would have had to become airborne to create the entire planet, going through a 3 to 5 year cooling period, and not having any decent sunlight to grow things. If that happened now, I can guarantee you we'd have a big problem. Food stocks and reserves, this planet, we'd be done for. We'd lose probably 3/4 of the population of the planet. And I'm not trying to be rude when I say that, but yeah, that, it's not a small thing. And if we have, I fear if we have one of these volcanoes, and we are well overdue, and I'm really saying that out loud, way overdue for having a super volcano go off. on this planet. And this is something we have to really seriously consider. So it's not just food stock for a year or two, it's a food stock for 5 years. That's what you got to consider. And, you know, how big of a eruption are we going to get when we do get that one? You know, a lot of people always say, well, Yellowstone's going to go, Yellowstone's going to go. Well, it could, but we could have other ones going as well. And that could be, you know, without even knowing. Iceland, if we had something going there, you take a look at Astia. If Astia went, I guarantee you, if it went into full-blown eruption, air travel in Europe would be done. Okay? You were not going to get any flights in and out of Europe, and you give it a month or so, you won't see any flights in most of the northern hemisphere if Astia really poured out the goodies. You know, that's the reason for the seed vault in Svalbard. Yep, and that is exactly the reason for it. That seed vault, there's actually several seed vaults now, Thor, and I'm very happy they've got them. But I can guarantee you, if we had one a really big super volcano go off in the next few years, we would lose a good chunk of the population on this planet, and a lot of people would not be able to do anything about it, right? There's one at the Colorado State University. Yes, that's true and correct. There's one in California, Sharon. There is one in Washington State. There is one in Canada here in Alberta. I'm not going to mention the location because it's supposed to be quiet. And, you know, there are a bunch of different places that do have these seed vaults, and they have them for a reason. And it's because of, you know, in case we have these disasters. And anyway, I don't want to keep going with this, otherwise I'm going to start freaking people out. I really don't want to do that. It is interesting, though, nonetheless, to, you know, understand that we are susceptible to Mother Nature's whims. You know, it's the tornadoes, the microclimates, or you know, that have developed, the glaciation that has disappeared. You know, all this stuff adds up, and a lot of people don't put things together real quick. And in a real quick nutshell, all that water that is melting, or all that ice that's melting, that's filling up the oceans. You know, everybody says, yeah, the sea levels are rising. But think about this for a second. If you get 2 meters of sea level rise, how much are you putting onto the crust of the earth on the oceans as far as pressure? Okay? This is where you really got to think about this. What is going to happen? That is going to cause this, because it's a dynamic planet, it's going to turn around and cause so much pressure on the Earth crust that the Earth crust is going to start popping open in places that it wasn't supposed to. Okay? And what's that going to do? Well, that's going to allow more magma out. That magma turns into volcanoes. That magma is then going to release gases. And there we go. We've got that cycle going, and we're into another winter, and here comes an ice age. So, you know, all your seed vaults, well, unless you're planning to be back after about 10,000 years, those seed vaults are not going to be much good in that sense. I know. So, anyway. Okay, enough of the doomsday stuff. Let's get back to the show. Oh, it's a break time. Anyway, Where did we leave off? I'm gonna go. Gonna skip the break part. Let's go over and continue on with what we're looking at. Not gonna see a heck of a lot over in our wonderful Japan, but I'm going to throw that up there anyway, and we'll take a look. It's starting to rain there, and they've got some bad weather happening. So. But we'll show that anyway. For those people who haven't, we are like a virus on Earth. She's trying to get rid of us. Yeah, sorta. There's our conditions there in Japan. And of course, you can barely see the outline of Sakurajima, and you can see the raindrops falling down. The ice cream boat is there, by the way. If you want ice cream boat or ice cream with your raindrops, you're more than welcome to go over there and get some. Take your umbrella, you'll need it. And of course, you can head down the road there. There's not too much traffic right now. They're staying indoors because of, so zip down there, and to the lights and hang a left. And you'll get down to the docks, and that'll be all good. And let's see the other shots. This is our close-up shot, of course, of what we're seeing right now there at Sakurajima. And even earlier today, it wasn't very visible. And this is kind of at 9:08. The rain was already coming down. And this is earlier 8 o'clock. If we go back a little bit further, you can see less humidity and stuff in the air, but still doing its thing. And if we go back to 5 in the morning, roughly, you can see that it was continuing to do that. And during the night, unfortunately, because it wasn't very visible, we know that there was some popping going on. There you go. You can see some of that pluming out at 1:55 a.m. as an example. And then prior to that, we did have a little bit more moonlight, and it was still fairly clear. So 45 minutes after midnight, you see the gaseous stream kind of pushing off of there. So SO2 levels probably very high, and that is kind of what we've got going on. Anyway, that is what we had there. Putting it back on live, you can see how bad it is right now. Definitely raining there. The close-up of the caldera is not viewable. This one, of course, is Suwanoshijima on its own little island. We do know that it was doing its thing earlier as well. And you see some little puffs, but that rain was coming down there as well. This one was at about 9:30 in the morning, and you see that a little bit of a puff coming out of the back caldera there, and doing its thing. And if we go back a little bit more, we do know that there were a few other pops out of it. Here's another one from 7:09 in the morning. And that's kind of what we had going on. And then it kept on doing its thing here. Let me see it's hard to tell with the clouds coming through there as well, to see what's actually coming from the volcano and what's actually cloud, because the clouds on these places are very low. This is 1:18 a.m. We do see the back caldera giving off some gaseous material, but we're not seeing anything beyond that. And again here, very hard to tell because of what we're looking at. So I'm back to alive, and that's 11:34 there. This one is, of course, our other friend, ASO. And ASO was cloud covered for the most part. And actually earlier it was so bad that I couldn't tell that it was there. This is what it looked like. But just prior to that, we did see a little bit of the pluming. Ooh, and there's a heli-chopper. And yeah, you can see the off-gassing there from the caldera. not very good visibility whatsoever there. So pretty awesome. And let's see, and yeah, even earlier in the morning we know it was raining there, and this is what it was looking like, very foggy, and not much we can do about it. So and that is what Japan is looking like right now. I'm going to make those smaller so we don't burn quite as much horsepower, and we'll leave that be. So yep, go get your ice cream if you want to go get wet. Take your umbrella. Those raindrops look awful big. And let's go over to our earthquakes real quick. I didn't have it on the volcano map, but let's move that to the earthquake map. And hang on, I gotta do something there. And whoop, earthquakes, where are you? Right there. Anyway, let's take a look and see what we've got real quick. We'll grab these up here first while we're looking at them. And this is 5.6 and just off the Kamchatka Peninsula, Kuril Islands. It happened at yesterday, 2303, 36.2 kilometers down. And then the new one, 5.1, and that is Valyauchinsk, Russia. And that happened at 1906, 10 kilometers down. And that, of course, a little ways away from the actual land, but still, nonetheless, it happened out there. And then looking at our Aleutian Islands and not seeing too terribly much on them, nothing too big. We did have a couple little quakes around the northern portion of Vancouver Island. This one, a 4.3, Bob's area. Well, Bob is down here, but that happened up there, likely felt. 3:04 a.m., 10 kilometers down. Of course, that was on the Wanda Fuca plate. On the other end of the plate, we did have a couple more, 3.3, straight up from Ferndale or Eureka, California. And that one was from yesterday at 13:57 for that 3.3, 16 kilometers down. And 3.0, 10 kilometers down from 14:25. So that kind of gives you a little bit of an update on those. This one here, Richland, 3.1 in Oregon. And that is kind of an odd place. We don't usually see quakes there. And what is it beside? Some kind of a volcano. And that's interesting. Not quite the Three Sisters. Or is it? No, hang on. Where are they? They're over here more. Three Sisters would be somewhere around here. There they are. 1, 2, 3. And that's your Three Sisters there. So I'm not sure what this guy is out there, but we can maybe check that out later. Thanks for the show. My break is over. Gonna make it in 4.5 hours further north, and we'll make. I might take a sleep. Oink oink. And take care, everyone. Thank you very much, Thor, for that wonderful super chat. I appreciate that, and safe driving, Thor. Where are you right now? I never did get where you were located right now, but thank you for the super chat, and that is awesome for the 50 Danish kroners, and very kind. And let's zoom out here, and we'll keep going down the coast, and we'll see where else we've got. So nothing in Mexico, nothing in Central America, and nothing until we get down to Chile, 4.1 from 1902, 35 kilometers down for him, and 4.2 further down near Valparaiso, Chile, 2 a.m., 10 kilometers down for him. Nothing out here at the South Sandwich Islands, and near Venice, Italy. Oh, cool. Stay up on the high ground. Hang on. As somebody said that the Mediterranean was draining. It's okay, never mind. You should be fine. Thanks, Thor, and appreciate it, and safe travels, okay? This one here is a 5.3, and they call that a Fiji, and that is at 1:34 our time, 495.2 kilometers down. This one definitely Fiji, 4.3, and that is from 1456, 510 kilometers down. Solomon Islands here, 4.4, and that is 10:04, 10 kilometers down. Then we got a bigger one, 5.8, Papua New Guinea, 33 minutes after midnight, 60 kilometers down. And of course, we know that a big 6.0 was out there yesterday at 6:51 a.m. So hopefully everything okay for them. We don't see anything else in most of Indonesia. This would be Philippines already. 4.5 there, and that is from 3:47 a.m., 14.4 kilometers down. And the Mariana Trench area, we see something coming out of the abyss, 4.5 in magnitude, 3:47 a.m., 14.4 kilometers down. And that is Micronesia that actually had that quake, and 5.4 in magnitude. And next one over is Guam, 4.6, and that is 5:35 a.m., 113.8 kilometers down for that. This one up here is Zoo Islands, and that is a 4.3, and that is a Japanese zone, 1:32 a.m., 430.9 kilometers down. We've already looked at these two up here by the Kamchatka Peninsula. We'll leave them be. We see some more swarming up here, and very interesting in Tajikistan. 4.5 from 1836, 116 kilometers down, and 4.5 again, 1738, 10 kilometers down for that one. And this one is Afghanistan and Tajikistan border, 3:42 a.m., 131.5 kilometers down. I am happy to report we don't have any quakes there showing on this map in Turkey or Syria. So that is very nice. We do see this one out here in the Mediterranean, and kind of off the coast of Greece a little ways. And really away from the subduction areas, and I'm kind of going, why is that there? Anyway, 4.1 came in at 1641, 39.7 kilometers down for that. And the one over here, 4.2, and that is not far away from places that we know. And of course, if you go look here, you can see a volcano on here. Stromboli is right there, and of course Mount Etna is right there. So would that have been felt in this area? You bet. And a good portion of most of the southern part of Italy down on the bottom here would have felt it a little bit. And not the biggest quake, but it was there. So that's kind of what we had going on. And is that a new one? 4.2 in Chile? I think it is. 1902, 35 kilometers down. Okay, we got the other ones. So that's it for right now. And let's see what else we got. A quick peek at our Canary Islands. Going to refresh that map and see what we've got going on there. And hopefully it'll come back. And just want to check up top here. Where are these from? Okay, that one is from yesterday, 2.4, 1702. Doesn't give a depth. The next one beside it is from 2.6. Happened today at 6:34 UTC or their time, so that's where that one is. And then the next one up beside it is a few days old from the 6th of 2.4, I'm not going to worry about him. So let's zoom into La Palma though and see what we've got for quakes in La Palma. Not really very much we have for today. I guess all of them are for today. 4 of them. So let's start with that one, 0.9 up on the ridge, 12 kilometers down, happened at 5:35. Then 1.2, kind of in the central area there, 6 kilometers down from 714. And then his friend very close to him from 1.4 from 753, 7 kilometers down, so about the same depth. And then the other one that's flashing is 1.4 near Tazacorte, or what's left of it, and that is at 7:53 is when that came in, and that is 10 kilometers down. Now, 10 kilometers down would be too far to be an effect from lava weight, so I don't think it's that. I think that's down a little further. This is in what we refer to as the upper playground zone. So that's kind of what we had underneath there. The lower playground zone would be from about 50 to about 35 kilometers down. The upper playground zone from about 15 to about 8 kilometers down. And those are places that you're going to find magma accumulating and things shaking and all kinds of stuff. So that's kind of what we got there. We're going to leave that there. Let's go into Hawaii real quick. Where'd you go, Hawaii? There you are. We wanted to see what we've got going on here. And real fast. So Pahala area, typically everything there is between 26 and 37 kilometers down. So we'll just read off the magnitudes and the times. 2.4 in magnitude, 11:11 was at that time our time. Take off 3 hours and you'll get the Hawaii time. 3.6, a little bit bigger, and that came in at 16:01. And then we've got a 2.5 from 2019 yesterday. And then we've got this guy here, and that is a 2.0. From what time is it? 9:41, and then we've got this one 1.8 from yesterday at 20:24. This guy is a 2.2. Today's at 2:43, and this one here is a 2.0 from 16:37. And Larry, you're welcome, and thanks for stopping in. And let's see, this guy here, 1.9 from yesterday at 23:45, 6.1 kilometers down for him. Then we see this fantastic red spot, and that is from 18:54 today, or 15:54 Hawaii time, 1.2 kilometers down below sea level. And that is the closest thing that we see here to our wonderful Kilauea. And of course Kilauea basically shut down, closed for business. The wonky donkey took all the lava out, and we're not going to see any more for a while. We need the Hawaiians, the Hawaiian lava workers to pump up more magma. Otherwise we're not going to see anything for a bit. And having said all that, let's go over to our SO2 map, and we will take a look at that. And before, once we get done with that, we're going to go take a break, and then we will finish off the stream with our weather. Looking at, look at this, tomorrow, snow. Hang on, it's snowing now. Where's the snow now? They forgot. Wednesday, snow. Where's our snowflakes? It's snowing. They don't get it. It's been snowing all late afternoon. Anyway, looks like lots of snow on a Friday and Saturday for us. So that'll be okay. Looking at what we've got here pluming around, we don't see too much coming from the Kamchatka Peninsula, so that's okay. These remnants here, I do believe, are from stuff that may have blown up into the north. This could even be from that big plume up in Russia, and may have migrated all the way over there. Anyway, we do see this funky looking design there in Alaska and the Yukon. And remember, we had the Bering Strait, that storm. Well, it's moved over, and it is now sitting there right in this area and giving all kinds of problems for the coastline again. And we see all that SO2 dumped into Alberta and Saskatchewan and Manitoba, you know, basic prairie provinces, as well as British Columbia. We do see that cutoff line here, though, from the flow from the east pushing into the west. And there it is right there, right along that Quebec border and going all the way through and keeping things kind of clean for those guys. So they got much better air over there than we do over here. Sliding in a little bit more, taking a look at, I'm kind of curious about this. We'll get to that in a minute. We'll take a look and see what we got. U.S. western parts are very clear, and when we get down here, Popocatépetl, Mexico City, we see the big arc going right through Texas, and most of those lower states, Georgia, and ending up in through the Pacific. We do see the stuff from Central America, not as heavy. And then, of course, here in Colombia, not bad. So, Reventador there, or sorry, Nevado del Ruz, not going as bad. Reventador would be out here in Ecuador, is still doing its thing. And, of course, we see the pollution plume and everything else that would be coming from Sabancaya, and that plume there. And going down a little bit more, we do see some of that stuff from the volcanoes and industry blowing to the east, getting into Argentina from Chile. And of course, we see our Rio de Janeiro stuff and Buenos Aires. People populations creating that SO2. Looking at White Isle Volcano, it is definitely creating some SO2 there. Nothing from Leo's Barbecue. And looks like the coking plants north of Sydney still working away. Tofua out here in Tonga is still doing its thing. And Yasur, not as heavy today. I think they may have some rain here cleaning the air out. And up here, Aoba, and what the heck is the other one? Gawa. What's Gawa's name? Never mind. That's the other one. Pretty normal there in Papua New Guinea. Luluatak doing its thing, and then of course we have a lot of people pollution as well as volcanic stuff happening from Semeru and Merapi, and then of course Krakatau over here, but Jakarta, and a lot of people pollution since they've got really warm weather. Ibu and Dakono continuing their stuff. Looks like a little bit heavier today from Mayon and Bulasan here. Yesterday was very light. Looks like also heavier from possibly from Taal. And of course, the other places like Manila and all the people there. Very heavy in Taiwan and coming out of China. We see it. It's getting over into Korea, those places, as well as getting onto Japan. Although Japan still has its own stuff, we do see it's not quite as bad from Suwanoshijima, Sakurajima still working away though, and Aso also adding to that plume. So you can see there's from here on up quite a bit, and then a little bit extra of a boost from ASO, and that is what is creating that. Pretty heavy looking there in Tokyo. I do believe some of that though is drifted across here. I don't think that's all coming from Japan itself. We do see it in the Sea of Japan coming across. And of course, Kamchatka Peninsula, northern areas are the heavier ones, and that would be Shivelish. And who's the other one up there? Sue? I forgot. Shivelish and Bezimiani. What's Bezimiani called? Never mind. That's okay. And we'll leave that be. And you're all right, Sue. Thanks. Oh, I had to rack that brain. Yeah. Well, Karimsky's a little further south, so I'm not going to blame Karinsky. But anyway, looks like our buddy Freddie is still here. He's keeping the air clean for Madagascar. We see this guy here. That is, of course, South Africa's gold smelting plants. Not as bad from the DR Congo today. And I barely see anything from Urta Ale, if anything at all. Not so bad from the oil refineries today. But we do see here in India, they've got over on the eastern side real heavy SO2 problems. And looking here from Mount Etna, very little SO2 in comparison to what we were seeing. So Stromboli, Volcano, and Etna have calmed down. And we will take a look here. I'm curious about where this is coming from. Were there any industrial fires or anything in the northern parts of Scotland anywhere? Anybody know anything about that? Because that looks really weird to see that. And it looks like the heaviest plume area is right here in the islands. And I'm kind of curious. I didn't hear about anything on any news, so I'm kind of wondering, or is that something that may have drifted in from this mess up here in Russia? And that is making a big arc as well. And again, I don't know. I know they've got some industry up here, so you know, there's some shipbuilding and stuff like that going on up in the north, but I don't know if there's anything else. But yeah, if nobody knows anything about why we've got this plume sitting over Scotland, don't know anything about Scotland, okay. Yeah, I don't know what there is for business up in this end, or if there was anything happening. It just looks odd to see that plume. And of course that would be affecting places like Iceland as well, and at least some of that, whatever's drifting down from the north, that's what they're seeing right now. So that is kind of it for the SO2 report, and we will go bring up the other map. Lots of oil and gas rigs up there. Okay, that is a possibility that it might be oil and gas related. So, okay, it's a time for a break because I really need one. And so hang in there, everyone, and don't go away. Keep smiling. If you haven't hit that like button yet, please do consider that. I see we are at 93 likes. We got 23 people left here. Surely there's one or two that haven't hit it, and that would be really, really awesome. And on that friendly note, if you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm going to go take a break. Don't go away. I will be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Maybe take a little bit of a longer break because my voice is starting to go, and we need to be careful with that. All right, don't go away. Here comes some music, and keep smiling, everyone, and we'll talk to you soon. go. Microphone is back on. You know, I just keep looking at that screen, watching that lava just shooting out of La Palma, out of Cumbre Vieja. I wish we had one like that going right now somewhere, and that would really be awesome. Thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 and Sue and Kananaskis country and probably all the rest. Where'd that Sharon Stewart go? I can't hear her. That's okay. I'm sure she'll be along. Anyway, let's. Sarah was saying it was an awesome blowtorch. Yeah, it is. It is just incredible. And, you know, that is one of the loudest volcanoes that I've ever heard. And, you know, as far as being able to hear it on a camera and things like that. I mean, we do hear blasts from other ones, but for sustained noise, this thing just kept on going and going and going. And yeah, Sarah, it was a first for me in that sense as well. And, you know, it's a real experience to even, you know, even though we weren't there physically, it's an experience to be able to witness that in our lifetimes, to see something that powerful and violent and you know, coming from our planet. It's really wild. Anyway, let's pause that, and we will. That's what Kilauea looks like right now. Let's get over to the other map, though. Time for some weather, whether we want it or not. And looking at Alaska first off, as we mentioned, that system moved over and the Bering Strait here getting cold again. We've got a high sitting in here. That's not going to help it much. It's not bringing up enough warm air, but still seeing warmer temperatures in Alaska. And I'm assuming that's going to move over a little bit and try to bump this high out of here. Hopefully that won't come down. Hopefully that'll go north, and that'll be good. Looks like British Columbia, Alberta, and Saskatchewan are getting a little bit warmer temperatures. We still have that cold field down here. That's really making a mess of things, not letting spring come in. 5 degrees in Vancouver, and over there on the rock about 5 or 6 where Bob lives. Edmonton coming in at a minus 15 today. Calgary at minus 16. Down here for Kananaskis country, he's probably got about minus 15 as well. Regina or Moose Jaw, yeah, Moose Jaw 15. Regina a little colder at minus 17. And we slide over a little bit more, looking at Winnipeg. They're actually on the edge of that system, and they are getting minus 9 there, so not that bad. Looks like it's cold up here, that high, keeping northern Manitoba and southern Nunavut and a good portion of Hudson's Bay kind of cold. And let's take a look. Toronto minus 2, still there. It's still cold. They need warmer temps. And minus 4 or 5 there in London. Detroit a little bit warmer. It's 0. Home of Tom and Pepper. And Chicago 3 degrees. Henry Nelson's place somewhere around 0 or 1. That's not so bad. Sliding up, going at Montreal, looking at about a minus 1 or 2. Little about the same there in Quebec. I was going to say a little bit warmer, but it's warmer for Quebec, and considering they have some cold temperatures there as well. And seeing up in the northern portions here, minus 2, 3, and 4. Southern parts a little bit colder for New Brunswick. Halifax coming in at about a minus 1. Cole Harbour a plus 1. And that is pretty awesome. Looking at the Newfoundland over here on the Avalon Peninsula, 1 or 0 depending on where you point. And looks like the coldest is about a minus 3 or 4 there in Newfoundland right now. Labrador, on the other hand, yeah, about a minus 4 for the top end. I guess, and between a -2 and -4. And you can definitely see that cutoff line is moved over a little bit. It's no longer right on that ridge, but definitely moved. So still seeing that very cold temperatures here in the western portions of the U.S. as well. There's that low that we were talking about, giving the problem for the western coast. Portland coming in at about 3 degrees, San Jose 8, and Los Angeles only 9. You know, for those people that like to go to the beach, that's not very warm. Death Valley, I think you might want to go there. It's warmer there. 16 or 17, 15 in Death Valley. There we go. Las Vegas coming in at 11. And Mexicali 17. Phoenix 16, 17 right now. Tucson is about the same. And Albuquerque, New Mexico 14 right now. Sliding down to the bottom of Texas, we see some good temperatures. Corpus Christi at 22. We do still see those 26, 27, 28 degree temperatures right on that Mexican border. 23 in San Antonio, Houston at 21, Austin at 20, Dallas coming in at 13. Oklahoma City is at 9. Little Rock coming in at about 10, and New Orleans coming in at 13 or 23. I mean, Miami is about 25 right now, and I forgot to do my volcano report. Darn it! 13 in Jacksonville, a little warmer. No, 14 in Atlanta. We get up here to Charlotte, only 8 or 9 degrees, and Grandma B's house 6 degrees. That cold is pushing back down. That's not good. 6 in Virginia Beach. Philadelphia coming in at 3, and about 1 there in New York, and about 3 in Boston. And since we've done that, we see 23 there. In Cancun, that's not very good for a vacation place. Go to Acapulco, it's 27, 17 in our wonderful Mexico City. Mazatlan is coming in at about 20 degrees. We see that cold still trying to push down. Looks like we got some 28, 29 degree temperature, so in Mexico as well. Still this late at night, which is really awesome. Looks like 28 or so down here in Nicaragua, and not as much San Jose in Costa Rica 17, and San Miguelito, if I said that right, 25 in Panama. Anyway, I'm going to stop here for a second. I do want to get that report read out, and let's see if where is it? Hang on. I need to do something with that. There we go. So our volcano activity for last night, we basically only had 4 that were kind of on the list. Suwanosi-jima, volcanic ash emissions continued, observed to 8,000 feet or 2,400 meters, 1815 last night. Fuego, of course, volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet, 4,800 meters, or sorry, 4,600 meters, 1,900 last night. Ibico, and we need to also look at that. I've got a report up there for something I got to look at. Anyway, Eruption, 1,500 feet, or sorry, 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters at 2,100 last night. Dakono in Indonesia continued volcanic ash to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters. 2,300 was the time on that, and then we had 8 volcanoes for today that were doing things. So Popocatépetl at 2:30 this morning, it was volcanic ash to 23,000 feet or 7,000 meters. At 8:30, it was at 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, and at 1445, 23,000 feet again, 7,000 meters. The Sabancaya intermittent puffs reported at 3 a.m. and then continuous ash at 24,000 feet at 7,300 meters at 12 noon. Kilauea update at 4:15 a.m. We know it's not doing a darn thing. Sakurajima in Japan exploded at 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters at 4:45. Volcanic ash not identifiable in satellite imagery reported at 12 noon. Suwanoshijima down further, also in Japan, reported or observed 8,000 feet or 2,400 meters reported at 6:50 in the morning, and then 8,000 meters or 8,000 feet and 2,400 meters reported at 16:15 this afternoon. So interesting. Fuego volcanic ash emissions continue to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters, 7:45 a.m. Revendador from volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters reported at 1,300. And Shivalash, that is in the Kamchatka Peninsula, volcanic ash to 13,000 feet, reported at 13,000 feet, 4,000 meters at 13:45. So I'm going to break away from the weather here for a second, and we want to go to Shivalash and see why I can't see that. Hang on. Let's get that off of there. That's probably why I can't see it. Let's get rid of that. Go away. There we go. Oh, that didn't help much, did it? Oh, that's the other one that we wanted to look at. There it is. And this is the one I was looking for. Tananga in the Aleutian Islands. Increased seismic activity. Alert status raised to yellow. This photo is from 2012. And that looks pretty cool. And that's a nice shot of that volcano. We can get rid of that. That's not the same volcano. That was somebody else. Anyway, an earthquake activity beneath the volcano began to increase slowly, starting at about 1:30 p.m. today, and at about 8:45 p.m. Local time, the activity escalated with earthquakes occurring as often as 2 to 3 a minute, and that of course is going to give us a little bit more interest there, telling us there's something happening. Initial locations of these earthquakes placed them at shallow depth beneath the summit of the volcano. The largest of them have magnitudes between M2 and M3. In response to this increase in seismicity, AVO Observatory raised the aviation code to a yellow, just so we have that one on our list. And where did I put the one for Shivalash? Well, I thought the picture was spectacular. Yeah, that is actually a very nice shot looking at it. I'm trying to get that a little bit bigger here. I actually have to do a recapture on that screen to make it worthy to look at, and we'll do it this way so we can see the whole darn thing. There we go. And yeah, that's actually a pretty nice shot, especially with the snow-capped mountains or volcanoes in that sense. So very nice. Thank you, Sue. And that is a pretty cool. Grenzad Kilauea. I sent you a report on Tanga volcano, but it's part of tomorrow's list. Oh, oh, okay. That's okay. I didn't send one for Shivlish. Oh, okay. No wonder I'm confused. I knew I had this guy here somewhere, but that is okay. So that's all right. We'll leave that be. Let's get back over to our weather, whether we want to see it or not. And we'll continue on. We were looking at South America, and we are still seeing some very good temperatures in Colombia, but it has cooled down a little bit. So they're not hitting those 30s. We do still see some 30, 31s in Venezuela, which is okay. And of course, the time of day too is to be considered. It's already in the evening there, fairly getting in 9, 10 o'clock in some places over there. So that's kind of what we got to look at. Just starting to cool down a little bit in the Amazon as well. Still 25 and as Rio de Janeiro, Sao Paulo at 21 degrees. We do still see some 25s, 26s there in Bolivia, as well as some 25s and that in Paraguay, and some spots there of Argentina quite warm yet. And of course, the home of the monkas there in Paysandú is about 27 degrees Celsius right now. Buenos Aires at 25, but you can see that area in the interior here fairly warm, and some spots 30, 31 degrees, and that is still awesome to see. But definitely a cutoff right in here for that temperature zone. Anything south of that gets the cold, chilly temperatures from Chile. And looking at New Zealand and seeing what we got, looks like the west side may be getting some rain again. East side looks like Christchurch at 23, and anywhere up to 25 in some spots on the eastern side of the island, and up in the north, not bad temperatures. Wellington looking at about 19 right now. Looks like the eastern side here as well is what's warmer with 25, 26. Taupo coming in at about, what is it coming in at? There we go, 21 degrees. And Auckland coming in at about 22. And pretty much in that general area for the rest of the places there in New Zealand. Looks like still seeing that cold air blasting into Tasmania, 15 in Hobart today. Leo's got about 20 degrees there in Melbourne, and 19 in Adelaide, 25, 26, 27 there in the warmer Sydney, and home of the Oz still sitting at 28 degrees, and that is pretty awesome. I was actually looking for high temperatures in here earlier, and I really didn't see too much. And the highest ones I seen was a 39. I didn't see any 40s in here at all. So maybe over here now, 39 is about it. The top temperature for the day, 24 in Perth. And of course, we'll kind of skip over some of these here. Pretty much a normal stuff for Fiji and New Caledonia, Vanuatu, and those places. And I think we have a new winner for our highs. No, we don't. We had a 39 over here. Looks like pretty warm though in Papua New Guinea and Eastern Java, Eastern Indonesia, I should say, and very warm temperatures on Java, and fairly warm on Sumatra as well. Going up, looking at what we see here, just up in the northern portions of, looks like about the same. What do we got there? Bangkok coming in. Thailand is pretty warm right now, so coming in 29 degrees, and looks pretty warm over here in the other countries as well. Looking at Manila, about 29 as well. And let's see, did I miss the temperature I sent you? Oh, okay. We missed the Bangkok temperature, but that's okay. Sue's doing it now. Yeah, 29. I'm figuring 29 or 30. 31. It says 31 over to the east. Maybe that's drifted over already. Thanks, Sue. And pretty normal there. That's split condition and Taiwan. And let's see, Kagoshima coming in at 15. They do have that warm air pushing up from the south, so that's a lot better for them. 22 right now in Tokyo, and looks like the Sea of Japan is starting to warm up and battle with the cold air up in the top. Top island still getting pretty cold, 5 degrees in Sapporo. And looking at the Kamchatka Peninsula, they too have warmed up, and that cold has retreated. And looking at pretty normal, maybe a degree warmer than normal in Sri Lanka. We see there at 19 in Delhi, and that is warmer than normal. There's my favorite storm, Freddy. He was over here, then he moved back down here, and now he's back over in the middle. What's he doing now? He's still at 27 degrees. At least he's a warm guy. 16 there in Cape Town. Looking at most of the rest of Africa, we are starting to see the desert areas heat up with 28 to 30 degree temperatures in some places. Cairo still not faring as well as they could. It is 12 degrees there. Looks like UAE finally heated up by about a degree or two. Same thing with most of Saudi Arabia. Still not seeing warmer, really warmer temperatures there in our wonderful Turkey. They looking at 4 in Malatya, and Adana is 10, but that's closer to the shoreline there. Even here in Beirut, Lebanon, they are down to -1 in some places. It's very cold, very, very cold. Piggy's place would be about, let's see, 15 according to this. So, wow, huge delay between me typing and Doc receiving. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the stream right now. Bit rates are a little bit wacky up and down, so yeah, it seems our 8-second delay is not there. And let's see what happens. Yeah, Crete, some good temperatures around the coastal areas. 13 for Piggy, okay, and let's see what Randanzo is at. It says 7 or 8 degrees there right now. That is a lot warmer than what they've had, so they're starting to warm up really nicely. And we'll see what they're 14 in Naples, and Rome coming in at about 13. And going up to Milano, 11 degrees, so they are doing a lot better. And let's see, well, I'm happy to see double digits for Portugal, and of course many places in Spain, even along the border. Valencia, 17 right now. Wow. Barcelona, 14. That is incredible. Madrid at 12. Aurelio's place, 11 degrees. He's not going to know what to do with all that heat. Nantes coming in at about 11. Paris at about 10 degrees. And Munich, holy mackerel, 10 degrees in Munich. Oh, wow, Sue, that is incredible. I just got your report on Randanzo, and I'm already in Germany. And that is wild. 7 degrees in Frankfurt, Cologne, a little cooler at 5. And Yvonne Kunkel's house, it's going to snow. Oh, Amsterdam, 1 degree. Brussels is right at the divider between the cold and the warm, sitting at 5 degrees. Over here, yeah, OFU Lux is not having to worry about plugging in his UFO tonight. 1 or 0 in Berlin. Hamburg coming in at -1. Copenhagen, a -1 right now. Aarhus coming in at -4. And some places there as cold as a -7, 8 up on the northern end of the -8 in northern portions of Denmark. About a -7 or 8 there in Oslo as well. Stockholm, Sweden, a -8. St. Petersburg, only a -4. And Moscow coming in at -4. London is +2. Yeah, that's a huge delay. Something wrong with the interweb. Wales a little bit colder with temps down to -1, and then northern portions of England showing a -2, 3, and 4 degrees. Wales even, Scotland even colder, and some places as low as -11 up in the northern portions. Glasgow coming in at -4 right now. Aberdeen is a -2. But wow, the highlands here, everything -9, -10, some places. And looking at Dublin, Ireland, 2 degrees, and we see where that worm is cutting off just south of Ireland, and that is kind of a normal. And of course, Doolin showing about 1 degree right now. And that's what we've got for Ireland. And going over to Iceland, they look like they're a lot colder today than they were yesterday, showing about -7 there in Reykjavik, and of course -7 there for Jona. And that is what we got going on for our cold weather. Let's take a look at precipitation. Yeah, the ice fields, of course, a lot colder. 2 there. Yeah, I got 1 out of it, so not bad. Precipitation, we'll do this really fast. Yep, snow up in Alaska. Here's that system off the west coast, throwing some snow and rain into from, I guess, Oregon on up to the top of Vancouver Island. Not that heavy. We do see some snow coming through here in Alberta, southern Alberta, and into Saskatchewan, and western Ontario, and down into Minnesota and those areas. Not so much around the Great Lakes. We do see some off of Hudson's Bay, and possibly some snow for Halifax. No, yeah, maybe a little bit there for Sioux. And it looks like Nova Scotia is not bad. Newfoundland is getting a pile of snow, and that is okay there. We do see a storm north of Dallas, and that is from Texas going into Oklahoma. Just a little storm though. And one here just northwest of Mobile, Alabama. And that is kind of sitting in between Alabama and what is that, Louisiana, I think. Yeah, or is that Mississippi? New Orleans is in Louisiana. That's got to be Mississippi then. Jackson, Mississippi. Okay, I think. I'm not 100% sure. Some of those states confuse me sometimes down there. I haven't been there that much, so I've been in Georgia, but I can't talk about that. The rainforest getting rained upon, that is pretty normal. We do see no rain for Paysandu, and just in case the monk is looking. And we see, oh yeah, there, New Zealand, just as I suspected, some heavy rains on the west coast. Not so bad there on the North Island though, so that's all right. And there's the cooling stuff for Tasmania. Lots of rain happening. A little bit down in the southern tips of Australia. We do see that storm out there is now in the northeastern portion. And Brisbane might be getting a little bit of water, but not that much. But they are definitely getting some rain in those places. And very little elsewhere. Sliding through, of course, we see, let's see, yeah, maybe out here in some of the other islands, Tonga, the furthest North Islands are going to get some, and then Papua New Guinea, and of course, Indonesia, lots of rain, especially on Sumatra right now. And also looking at the Philippines, some rain there. Southern end of Japan, what we noticed, they are definitely getting some stormy activity. And here you see in the Sea of Japan also doing some stormy stuff down on the bottom of the Kamchatka Peninsula, and the Kuril Islands are getting some rain and snow as well. And here's another low developing. That's pretty open and not so tight. So the guys in Reunion Island and those places are going to get some rain. And of course we'll likely see some rain in Madagascar. And Freddie, I don't know, what's Freddie doing today? Still working there in the strait. And yep, the rainforest areas are definitely getting some rain. More rain in Saudi Arabia, as well as looks like Iraq and Iran is getting up in the northern portions, getting some rain. Not so bad here in Turkey, very little. And maybe a piggy is going to get some more rain. Yep, it looks like it's going to be raining kittens and puppies there at her house. And they do need that rain though for the summer months, because otherwise they don't have any water coming in. And looking at Sicily, most of Italy is dry, and we see Sardinia is dry. We do have this storm. It's warmer in Portugal, but it's also wetter, and we see that coming right into Spain as well. Most of Paris isn't so bad, but once you get up into Switzerland and Germany, you see rain, rain, rain until you get up to Kessel or Ziplik, and you can start to see some of that turn to snow. Looks like some snow in Holland as well, and that's what we've got up there. And of course some snow and or rain in northern France and Belgium, and of course there for Luxembourg and those areas. Looks like Ireland is getting some snow as well. And not so bad for most of England. They are getting those cold temps. A little bit of snow on the coastal areas, not that bad. Looks like not any snow or rain right now in Denmark. And then we see some snow up here in Sweden, and of course the Norwegian coast up on the top, really bad. A little bit of snow in Finland as well, and I'm not going to worry about that. And of course looking at what we've got in Iceland, clear for the most part till you get up in the northeastern area. A little bit of snow up there. So that's kind of what we got going on. Let's take a look back at our temperatures. Going to find the coldest temperatures on the planet. And we know the hottest ones are in Australia, so let's take a look for the coldest ones here in the rest of the place. Now, I did see down here in Antarctica, I did see some minus 64s and stuff like that, so we're gonna go zooming into that area, see if we can find that minus 65. Do we have a minus 66? That's what I'm looking for, minus 66. There's a 65 right there. And do we have a minus 66? No, it looks like it's warmer in those other places. And that's the only really cold spot that I seen there. The other places look a little bit warmer. So a minus 65 is what we've got for Antarctica. And what about around this high? No, nothing. 50s, and that's not going to do it. 52, 55, 6, no, 40s, no. So minus 65 it is for Antarctica. And let's take a look and see what we can find in Greenland. Greenland, and I'm sure it'll be turning green pretty soon. Minus 32, that is not very cold. Minus 33, that is not very cold compared to what we normally see there. What about there? Minus 31, that's no good. What about this little spot here? Minus 31. So I got about minus 33 degrees there, and that is not that cold. And I don't think there's anything colder in there. So I am going to live with a minus 33 because we just don't see anything else. So yeah. Yeah, minus 33. So let's see what about the Canadian Arctic. Let's see how warm it is there. And I'm sure that it is going to be warm in comparison to what we've had. Let's try here first, I guess. Minus 40. Let's see, anything better than minus 40? We see, well, minus 39. So we know there's a minus 40 right in here. 32, 37. There's another minus 40 in this area. Let's see where we can find it. There's a minus 40. Don't see anything else there. Minus 39. Minus 37. There's another minus 40. And minus 41. So we have a minus 41 so far. And let's see if we can find anything colder than a minus 41. And there is, that 41 is right in there. No, not there. So, yep, minus 41 there so far. 41. I'm not seeing it. Where is it? I gotta have a minus 50 in here somewhere. I wish. Well, no, I don't wish. I want it to warm up. Minus 38 right there. What about this area here? 38, 40. Not seeing it. Minus 40 and a couple of, I seen a minus 42 in here. There's a minus 42 so far, and the the Arctic, minus 42. Let's see if we can find anything colder. minus 42 is our point so far. Alright, minus 42, and do we have a 43 right in there somewhere? No. And what about other spots up here? Minus 37, no, that ain't gonna work. What about right in here? That I seen earlier. Minus 30s, no. So, so far minus 42 for the cold place in the Antarctic. And the rest look very, very warm. What about right there? Minus 39. There's another minus 40. Come on, let's do better than minus 42. There's a minus 40 in this area. But just not seeing it. I don't know, I'm going to have to maybe knuckle under with a minus 42. I don't think I'm going to beat it. A minus 42 in our Canadian Arctic for now, I think. And that is, let me just zoom out a little bit. I want to just take a look at a couple of those other places up on the northern islands here. Minus 42 we have. Let's see, we can get a little colder up in here. 38, no. 37, no. 39, 40, 41. Okay, and there's a 41. There's another 41 in that area. There's that 42. And do we have a minus 43 somewhere? No, don't look like it. Don't look like it. Okay, so that is there. I think we checked the other spots already. Nothing looks awful warmish up here. Minus 20. Wow. Yeah, minus 42 it is for me so far. So let's see what we can find in Siberia. Minus 42 so far. So let's see if we can find something really cold in Siberia or Russia in general. Actually, there's a minus 42 already. Let's just zoom in here for a little bit and see if there's anything colder there. No, doesn't look like it. What about over a little bit more? No, 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 no. And nothing over here. Nothing in there. Let's go check that other area out that I missed out yesterday. There. Alright, a minus 43 already. Now we're cooking. Or freezing. One of the two. Minus 43. Oh, 44 I seen. Right there. Minus 44. So far. Okay, there's a 42. Let's follow that river. Minus 43. And minus 44 so far for the cold. And let's see if we can find something colder. Oh, hang on, I see minus 45. There we go, minus 45. Let's follow that. And see what else we got. Minus 45. Oh, I seen a minus 47 in here. There's a minus 47. All right, and we're getting there. Looking for minus 50. Minus 47 so far. Looks warmer over there. Let's take a look back in this area. Minus 47 was spotted in here. So there's that 46. let's zoom back out by one and see if we can find it again. A minus 47. There's the minus 47. Do we have a minus 48 in this area? 46, 47. It goes up a little bit more. Minus 46, 45, 45. Go across. So a minus 47 is what I've got so far. Let's see if I can find anything colder than a minus 47. And we will go up here. Minus 44, 45, 46, 47. I'm right there. And let's see if we find a minus 48. There, we got minus 48. Oh, I see a minus 49 right there on the screen. So we got a minus 49. Let's see, where's that minus 50? Minus 49 is our attempt so far. We will find minus 50 one way or another. And minus 48. Let's go check this area a little bit more. Minus 43s, 46, right there. What about up here? Looks like getting warmer. Yeah, a minus 45, 46, 47. We have a minus 49, so we've got to beat that. And let's see. No, I think I might have to live with that minus 49. That is a cold temperature to live with, but oh, there was that 48 again in this area somewhere. There's that 49. Come on, show me minus 50 on there. Oh, getting warmer. Okay, I'm going to give up. Minus 49 degrees Celsius for the Russian north. So no minus 50 being dished out today. I bet Doc finds one. I give up, Sue. There we go. So how did we fare? Sue Hayes is #1, wins by 2 degrees in Greenland. Way to go! And I'm done out again. Why always me? Woe is me. I'm so deprived. Oh, no problem. That is all awesome. And we don't have a very good view at Kilauea. I'm putting our canned lava back on for La Palma. Anyway, that is all good. So, yep, a second place. And I was getting a frostbite on my bet you win tomorrow. I don't know, Sue. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm hoping to win the lottery tonight, so yeah, I'm a temperature deprived there, Sharon. It is okay. Yeah. No, Dufree, this is canned lava from La Palma. From back on, let's see, what's the date on this file? From the December, what is it? Hang on, 21/12/03. 21/12/03, if that helps you. And that'll be December 3rd. Is what we were seeing there, and back in 2021. Anyway, that's it for me for today, you guys. And that is all awesome and excellent. And thank you for hanging in there, all that stuff. And we will continue to do our things today. And I gotta reset my other stuff here. SO2, where'd you go? I accidentally deleted my SO2 map. That's okay. Fixed it, and that is not a problem. It's there. So, all right, I got it. Thank you, Sue, for the information and all that stuff. That is awesome. I do appreciate you doing that. And Sue is off to feed the animals. And I want to say a big thank you to everyone for being here, first off, whether you're a lavalier or not. And it's all awesome. Special big thank you to our wonderful super chatters. And it wasn't a very big amounts, but still thank you, Piggy, for your 2 super chats, and Thor as well. Thank you very kindly, you guys. That all helps out, and that is all cool and awesome. And on those friendly notes, we didn't get any new members in today. That's okay. And, we'll hopefully maybe get some tomorrow. We'll see what happens. And let's see. Do says I came late but made it. That's awesome, Do Free, and thank you for popping in and doing your thing. So hit the like button if you haven't done that already. Anyway, it's time for me to wrap it up. Just to let you know, tomorrow I apparently have 4 install jobs. So they will probably take me about an hour and a half each or so. And I will be starting early, like 8 o'clock. So hopefully we'll be able to get all of those done and have no issues, and be back in time for the stream without any issues. But just to be forewarned, it may run into something unless, well, I'm pretty sure everything should be okay though. Anyway, I'm going to leave it as that. So thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy. Big thank you to Piggy for all the bacon seeds and everything else as well. And thank you, C&D Boy, and Gary 24/7 Live, and Joseph Fields, Texas, and Lucas Snow. That's our wonderful moderators. Thanks, guys. Also, big thank you to every one of you in here that is a lavalier, and I do appreciate that support, and also do appreciate all the super chatters, and that is all good. And let's see, other than that, it is a time to wrap her up. So be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, please. And please, as I always say, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Take care, good night, and oink oink!